Tell your children not to do what I have done. Spend your lives in sin and misery in the house of the rising sun. Well, And in my dreams I've kissed your lips 1,000 times. I sometimes see you pass outside my door. Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes, I can see it in your smile. You're all I've ever wanted, and my arms are open wide. 'Cause you know just what to say, and you know just what to do. And I want to tell you so much. I love you. I long to see the sunlight in your hair and tell you time and time again how much I care. Sometimes I feel my heart will overflow. Hello, I've just got to let you know, 'cause I wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely, or is someone loving you? Tell me how to win your heart, for I haven't got a clue. But let me start by saying I love you. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets I've a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do, saw it through without exemption. I planned each job. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way, oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The
Well, hello, Michigan. And Merry Christmas. To Michigan's own Ronna McDaniel, Laura Cox, and Michigan's next great Senator John James, it is great to be back in the Wolverine State. But I'm here for one reason and one reason only. And that is that Michigan and America need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. You know, I'm here because I stand with President Donald Trump. And when this president stands up for American jobs and American workers, I stand with President Donald Trump. And when this president stands up for faith and freedom in our armed forces, I stand with President Donald Trump. They're trying to run down our president because they can't run against our record. They can't run against his results. They're pushing this partisan impeachment because they know they can't stop you from giving President Donald Trump 4 more years in the White House. It's true. You know, the president said yesterday, Democrats are desperate to distract from the extraordinary progress that we've made under his leadership in our economy, in our military, in our courts, and in jobs, jobs, jobs. You know, despite 3 years of constant resistance and obstruction and this partisan impeachment, men and women of Michigan, we are still winning, and America is winning like never before. I mean, think about it. President Trump promised to rebuild our military, and this president signed the largest increases in our national defense since the days of Ronald Reagan. Without one American casualty. Al-Baghdadi is gone. And Conan the hero dog is just fine. And President Trump promised to secure our borders as well. We've made historic investments in border security. Apprehensions on our southern border are down by 70%, and we've already started to build that wall. And President Trump promised to appoint strong, principled conservatives to our federal courts. And he's done just that. 170 conservatives to our courts, all of whom will protect the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. So he stood million new jobs have been created all across this country. Unemployment's at a 50-year low. The stock market is soaring, and there are more Americans working today than ever before in American history. And this president has fought for free and fair trade that puts American jobs and American workers first. We've opened up markets around the world. We put China on notice that the era of economic surrender is over. And 1 year ago, President Trump negotiated the largest trade deal in American history. And Democrats in Congress finally agreed to pass the USMCA. It's a win for American workers. It's a win for American farmers all across Michigan, all across America. And you know, when that bill comes to the floor of the Congress, there's going to be a lot of people taking credit for it. But I was there every step of the way. And I want to tell you, Michigan, President Donald Trump got it done. You know, thanks to the president's strong leadership and with the strong support of Michigan's leaders in Congress and all of you, we've made America great Bring your enthusiasm, voice your support, tell your neighbors and friends that Michigan needs President Donald Trump in the White House for 4 more years, and we will get this done in November of 2020. Now, the president's going to be out in just a few minutes. But he wanted to wait to see that strong, unified Republican vote on the floor of the Congress tonight. And I got to tell you, folks, I know when the president comes out here, he'll be just as encouraged as I am to see all of you. And I'm absolutely convinced, with your continued enthusiasm and support, with re-elected Republicans at every level across Michigan and across America, with President Donald Trump in the White House and John James in the United States Senate, and with God's help, we're going to make Michigan and America more prosperous than ever before. We're going to make Michigan and America safer than ever before. And together, we're going to keep on winning. And together...
Your diamonds and you've got your pretty clothes and the chauffeur drives your cars. You let everybody know, but don't play with me 'cause you're playing with fire. Your mother, she's an heiress, owns a block in St. John's Wood, and your father be there with her if he only could. But don't play with me 'cause you're playing with fire. Her diamonds, she gets her kicks in Stepney, not in Knightsbridge anymore. Don't.
I call you, I need you, my heart's on fire. You come to me wild and wild.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American. Next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to Vice President Pence. He's a good guy. We've done a great job together. And Merry Christmas, Michigan. Thank you, Michigan. What a victory we had in Michigan. What a victory. Was that one of the greats? Was that the greatest evening? But I'm thrilled to be here with thousands of hardworking patriots as we celebrate the miracle of Christmas, the greatness of America, and the glory of God. Thank you very much. And did you notice that everybody is saying Merry Christmas again? Did you notice? Saying Merry Christmas, huh? I remember when I first started this beautiful trip, this beautiful journey, I just said to the First Lady, "You're so lucky I took you on this fantastic journey. It's so much fun. They want to impeach you. They want to do worse than that." By the way, it doesn't really feel like we're being impeached, do you? The country is doing better than ever before. We did nothing wrong. Michigan's had the best year it's ever had. Best year it's ever had. And that's because we have auto companies expanding and thriving, and they're coming in from Japan, and they're coming in from a lot of other places. Look what's happening. And you know, I don't know if you know this, but probably 10 years ago, I was honored. I was the Man of the Year by, I think, somebody, whoever. I was the Man of the Year in Michigan. Can you believe it? A long time. And that was long before I ever decided to do this. I was happy. I had a beautiful life. What the hell did I do this for? But look how we're doing. Do we love it? I love it. I love it. But anyway, I was the Man of the Year, and probably like close to 10 years ago, and I came to Michigan. He said, "You're still the Man of the Year." Thank you. Who said that? Thank you. So I came in, and I remember the speech so well. I said, "Why are you allowing them to steal your car companies? Why are you allowing them to go to Mexico and to go from China, where they come in from China, they build them in China, they sell them into our country with no tax, and you lose your jobs, you lose your factories, the companies leave, and you get nothing? Why are they Get her out of here. Oh, well, you're about to hear the greatest speech you've ever heard, and that's going to be the publicity, because all the fake news back there will say, massive riot. Massive riots. Fake news. But seriously, look, they won't say it. They won't say it. Because when we have protesters all in favor, they don't talk about it. But there's a slob. There's a real slob. Wait. Wait a minute. She'll get hell when she gets back home with Mom. But she made, look, she screams a little bit, and you know what I like to do? Avoid them. Because, you know, I'll tell you the big problem, I could hardly hear her. What happens is all of you people go crazy, look, and the place, okay, so there's one disgusting person who made, who made I wouldn't say this, but made a horrible gesture with the wrong finger, right? Say, honest people in the world. They'll go back. This is one person who made a horrible gesture only because the security man let her have so much time. And usually, I have to say, the police do an incredible job. It's incredible. They do it so quick. And they're going to make that like it was the biggest event, like, you know, so just forget it. We know what's going on. And that's the good thing with live television. Look at all that live television back there. So in addition to the USMCA, which is going to be great for the automobile business, should even be good for the cereal business, Battle Creek. Battle Creek. I've been eating Battle Creek cereals for a long time. Too much. Too much. They're still making great cereal, right? I hope. I know the area is doing good. But in addition, we made a great deal with China. And you know, China's paying us billions and billions of dollars a year. They never gave us 10 cents. They've given us $1 billion. And we're leaving the 25% tariffs on $250 billion. They didn't mention that. We're leaving, you know, we're making another group of tariffs, 7.5%. But we're taking in billions of dollars, and to help the farmers who were targeted, $16 billion. Of the same, and we're going to take it out of the tariffs, and we're going to have billions and billions of dollars left over. And they said, sir, we don't want money. We just want a level playing field. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. It's true. They just want to be able to have a level playing field. I thought, because, you know, I sit at a lot of those meetings, and whether it's countries or whether it's companies, everybody wants money. The farmers just wanted a level playing field. But we took good care of our farmers, that I can tell you. And we made the largest ever investment in our military, $738 billion, all made in the USA, right? All brand new. So we will have invested in our military since I'm here, which is less than 3 years. Our military, by the way, in all due respect to the previous 2 administrations, our military was depleted. It was depleted. It was in bad shape. We had fighter jets that were 35 years old. We had planes that were 60 years. You heard where the father flew them, the grandfather flew them, and now the young son comes in. We've got the best equipment in the world. Now, spent $2.5 trillion, made in the USA, $2.5 trillion. We will shortly, that'll be all finished. We're going to have the greatest, we have the best planes. We're going to have the best ships. We're building a lot of. They're the most powerful weapons ever made by man or womankind. I say mankind and womankind. See, in the old days, I would say mankind. Now I say mankind, womankind. This way I don't get in trouble with our friends. But we have the most powerful in the world, and what we're doing is incredible. What we're doing with missiles, with rockets, with everything. And you know what? Again, we don't want to ever have to use it, but we will never have anything like what's mostly been built. We have the F-35. It's stealth. It's stealth. And I was at one of the areas where they're displaying it, and I went up to the pilots, and honestly, they're better looking than Tom Cruise, okay? Good movie. Good guy, too, by the way. The face is equal, maybe slightly better. The body's bigger and stronger. They can definitely, he goes like me now. They can definitely fight. They're the real deal. These guys are so good looking. I said, you could be a movie star, go to Hollywood. No, sir, I like doing what I'm doing. So I said to these guys, you got to see, just like central casting, I said, fellas, how good is this plane? They said, sir, it's great. Why? Because the enemy can't see it. That helps. Stealth. It's actually called super stealth. Sir, it was the Air Force, right? That was many, many decades ago. We are now building, and we have now gotten funding for the 6th branch of the United States Armed Forces, the Space Force. The Space Force. So I'll be able to tell my kids someday and everybody else, see that Space Force? That was my baby. And you think that was easy? That's not easy. Because you have Democrats that do not like our military. They do not like our military. And we did something yesterday because for 3 years I would see people that run, incredible people, the heads of the historically black colleges and universities in the country. And every year they'd come in and they'd be looking for help. They needed help, and they do need help with it, and it's great. And they do an incredible job. So many great schools, but they need help. And every year they'd have to come and come. I got to know them, actually. I said, the only bad thing is you won't see me too much anymore because we just provided record funding for our nation's historically black colleges and universities. Great. And it's long term. They're not going to have to come. So I said, look, you know, we could do it. Will we do it every year? Or we'll do what we have. What do you want? They said, let us have. Do a recession. They were willing to lose their wealth. They were willing for their stocks and whatever the hell they own. What do you guys own back there? Let it go. They'll go bust. They don't care. Anything to get rid of us. Not me, us. And you know what? Then all of a sudden, and now for the last couple of weeks, we've set brand new records in the history of the various stock markets. So as of yesterday, we've had 133 record days in the stock market now, and that's in less than 3 years. So when I see that, I don't care, because I'm not allowed to have stock. I can't have stock. They consider it a conflict of interest, and that I can't understand. I mean, I can't. But you know what? I'll tell you what I see tremendous job growth because we're setting records. But you know what I also see? The 401ks, where people are up 90%, they're up 97%, they're up 82%. I tell you this story all the time. I mean, I have people coming up to me A man came up, a policeman. I've told the story, but I've had many, so many times. Auto factories in the Detroit area, creating another 3,000 Michigan jobs. And that's on top of the many other investments we've gotten from Japanese companies, car companies, and other companies. But they're all coming in, and a lot of them are coming to Michigan. And I say, hey, go to Michigan. Sometimes they'll go south, and that's okay, whatever. I want them in this country. But ideally, I want to fill them up. We're doing so well in Michigan with the auto companies now. You're back. You're back. So you're back. Very proud of it. Very proud of it. But while we're creating jobs, fighting for Michigan workers, and achieving numbers that you've never seen before, incredible victories for the American people are happening. The radical left in Congress is consumed with hatred and envy and rage. You see what's going on. I'll tell you, these people are crazy. You ever hear it's the economy, stupid? You know, that was Clinton saying, if you have a good economy. I have the greatest economy in the history of this country. And nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. You know, if you're a Democrat, they say, oh, it's the if the economy's any good. And let me just tell you a little secret. If crooked Hillary would have won, your economy would have crashed. You were going down. The regulations were taking it down. The taxes were taking it down. Instead of being up 92%, and they hate me. USA Today hates me. USA Today hates me. But there's a poll, we're beating everybody. But, so Biden has this rally, like, you know, they got 200 seats. But only a small number of people. So you know what they do? They set up a round table. So think of these people. They come in, they think they're going to listen to a speech. They end up sitting on a round table discussing. They must have been happy, right? We don't have enough room for round tables. I'm sorry, Father. No, they set up a round table, but I think we're doing great. And you know, how do you beat what we've done? With the economy, with our great vets, with choice. You finally got choice. They've been trying to get it for almost 50 years. See, these people back here, your seat or stand is better, right? Right? But you know what? They're going to be much more famous. Because the cameras can't see you, they can only see them. And you know, the other thing, the cameras, you ever notice, I go to these stadiums, 25, 30,000 people, they never show the crowd. You know why? Because they don't want to have, if crazy Pocahontas goes to the I don't think we've ever had an empty seat from the time I came down the escalator. That's a long time ago. I don't think we've ever had an empty seat. Now, what the crooked media does, though, if you got like over here, look how packed it is, and there's thousands outside, but please go home, you're going to catch a pneumonia. But here's the thing. If this man and that beautiful woman happen to get up because they want to go to the bathroom, those cameras will turn to those two seats, and they'll say, Trump was unable to fill up the arena. You know? I always get nervous when I see I know they're coming back. Nobody ever leaves our speeches. Because is there a better place to be in the world than a Trump rally? No place. No place. But every time I see a man get up, I see a beautiful woman with a baby, and they're getting up. The baby's going crazy, and they're getting up. They're going to take it. But I know they're going to be right back. And I say, fill those two seats. I don't want them to see it because they'll say, couldn't fill up the arena. These are truly dishonest people. Okay. After 3 years of sinister witch hunts, hoaxes, scams, tonight the House Democrats are trying to nullify the ballots of tens of patients are trying to election day. How many people were there? 32,000. 32,000 people outside, inside. It was the last speech in Michigan. And they said, well, sir, it's very hard to win Michigan. I said, why would it be hard? Here's the beautiful thing. Everything I told you, I've done, but much more so. I said I was going to bring car companies back. I said I was going to bring in. I just hope you people know that. I just hope you know it. But I'll never forget that night. And, you know, in all fairness to Bill Clinton, you know, he used to be a friend of mine until I ran for office. I like him. But he told, you know, the way they tried to shut him out, right? Because he's a pro. He's an instinct guy, right? He's instinct. He doesn't need polling companies and all. Who the hell wants him? You know, if you want a polling company, pick up the newspaper. The problem is the newspaper polls are more fake than the news they write. They write fake polls. It's true. They write fake polls. You call them suppression polls. You read them and you get depressed because it looks like you're doing badly. They do that. I think it's almost worse than what they write, and you can't get much worse than what they write. So what happens is Bill Clinton said to Crooked Hillary, his very dishonest wife, said, Crooked Hillary, do you think And he said, you horrible human being, you better start listening to me because you're going to get your ass whooped. And you know what happened? You know what happened? She didn't listen, fortunately. And she didn't come to Michigan enough. And she didn't come to Wisconsin, I think, at all, right? Because her polling data looked good. It looked good to me, too. Every time I went there, we had these crowds. So we won Wisconsin. We won Michigan. And the great Ronna McDaniel. Where is Ronna? Where's Ronna? Ronna. She was so horrible. I didn't know her. Ronna McDaniel. And she was so aggressive. She kept calling and said, could you please come out to Michigan? I said, who the hell are you? And I said, what do you mean, another trip? So anyway, we had these big crowds. I made it again. Then finally, I said, 2 weeks out, I said, Ronna, no more. We're going to win it or we're not. No, okay, I promise. 2 days later, I get a call. Sir, could you please come out to Michigan one more time? So I said, she was the campaign chairman in Michigan. So I said, okay. And then I got the ultimate call. 6 o'clock in the evening for this final deal in Grand Rapids. That election and my debates, you see their debates are dying. Who wants to watch Buttigieg? Buttigieg. Buttigieg. You know that you pronounce it, they say, I heard some guy saying, no, because it's an unpronounceable name. That's why they call him Mayor Pete, right? Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete! I've had you up to here, Mayor Pete. No, Buttigieg is leading. How does no, you say it this way. You say it, they call him Mayor Pete because nobody can pronounce his last name. That's the only, people think it's such, by the way, you know what, I'm not going to say bad things about him. You know what, I'd love him to win. I thought I knocked off Pocahontas. I did it a year too early. A year too early. I give her credit. She then started to come back. I don't think she's going to make it, though. She's gasping. She's gasping for air. But I saw them pronouncing Buttigieg. And they said, here's what you do. Boot, edge, edge. Say edge like the edge of a building. Edge, edge. Boot, edge, edge. Alfred E. Newman. You got to be older to know what that means. But congressional Democrats are directly attacking 2.3 million Michigan voters who rose up in 2016, won the state, and now the Democrats are very sectional and partisan impeachment. The do-nothing Democrats, and they are do-nothing. All they want to do is focus on this. What they could be doing are declaring their deep hatred and disdain for the American voter. This lawless partisan impeachment is a political suicide march for the Democrat Party. Have you seen my polls in the last 4 weeks? It's crazy. You know why? Because people, we have an election right down the road. I announced 3 months ago that I'm running, right? I'll give you a little clue. I announced because I figured once I announced they'd never impeach, nobody would be so stupid. But they've been trying to impeach me from day one. They've been trying to impeach me from before I ran, okay? Because if you remember, when I ran, I went immediately to number one, never came off number one. We had center stage from day one in the debates. So we had, 14, 15 debates. We had a total of 18, actually. People forgot there was one that they never talk about, but that's okay. But we had 18 people, and I was center stage. And I said, wait a minute, this is no good. I want odd numbers. Because if you're center stage, if you have a 10, that means 2 people are in the middle. So I said, make it 11 or make it 9, okay? Or I'm these guys, you know what? These guys are a part of the Democrat Party. They are a part of it. You might as well call them Democrats. No, the media, look, I know. It's hard for somebody to know if you're not the subject, because how do you know the New York Times is totally dishonest, or the Washington Post, or ABC is so bad, CBS so bad, NBC, I made a lot of money for NBC with The Apprentice, right? A lot of money, a lot. Plus we had the #1 show a lot, and they had nothing in the top 10 except a thing called The Apprentice. And they treat me so bad. I brilliantly said, well, one group I know will treat me well, NBC. I call it Comcast. It's owned by Comcast. They're just as bad as CNN, and they're just as bad as MSNBC. And by the way, CNN and MSNBC, their ratings are down the tubes. It's great. I love it. I love it. But they think the Washington swamp should be able to veto the results of an election. That's what they think. There's never been a time like this. Think of it. You have the greatest economy in the history of the world. Other countries come to see me, all of their leaders, and they say, sir, first thing, Sir, congratulations on your economy. We're trying to do the same thing. Congratulations, sir. Almost there. Yes, sir, another 4 flights. And I say, you think Hillary could do this? I don't think so. They'd bring her back home. She wants to go to sleep. And now I hear she wants to run again. Wouldn't that be great? Oh. Thank you. Oh, would we love that? You think the Democrats are screwed up? Wait till that happens. Wouldn't that be? Oh, there's my guy. Well, look, based on the FBI report, you just saw what happened with the IG where they came out with the FBI. Based on that, you know what? I never stopped you, but now think of what they did. Think of what they did. Think of how dishonest it all was. They shouldn't even be allowed to have an impeachment because it was based on dishonesty. It was based on illegality. She went out and they paid for a fake dossier. They gave money to foreigners to write a fake dossier, totally disproven, totally fake. The FBI then took that fake dossier and they used it in the FISA court to get approval to spy on my campaign. Causes problems with the wife, but we won't talk about that. Those tapes didn't work well. Now, how about those statements, right? And then they say, in all fairness, I really like the report, but how does the Inspector General say? Because don't forget, he was appointed by Obama. So I'm not knocking him because he gave us a lot of nuggets, but we had a lot of those nuggets. How does the Inspector General say, you have these horrible, he's going to lose, isn't he? He's going to lose. Or she's going to win 100 million. Do you see all the zeros? It was like, I'm looking, I think it's 100. He's going to lose 100 to 1, isn't he, Peter? I love you so much, Peter. I've never loved anyone like you. He's going to lose 100 million to 1, Peter, right? That's right. He's going to lose 100 million to 1. But there's no bias. How about the insurance policy? To me, the greatest. Just in case she loses, we have an insurance policy. We're in the insurance policy right now, folks. We've been in it for 3 years. That's what they meant. I mean, the insurance policy is on an artificial respirator because we're doing awfully well. And I'll tell you something. Rush Limbaugh said it. Sean Hannity said it. Laura Ingraham said it. Tucker said it. Ainsley said it. But a lot of people have said it. They said there's impeached, every one of them. I mean, you got this guy Schiff. He makes up a statement, and he goes in front of Congress where he has immunity, and he makes up a statement from me that's totally fictitious, totally out of thin air, the worst statement I've ever heard. Many people saw it. I had a person 2 weeks ago said, I didn't love the statement you made. I said, really, didn't you read the, transcripts? Right? I always say, read the transcript. But didn't you read it? No, I heard it on television. I watched Adam Schiff. He made it up. I then sent him the transcript. He said, oh, now I feel better. That's perfect. I call it perfect. He called it perfect. Everyone calls it, if you read it. But here's the thing. He makes up this statement, and it finished. Didn't he have 8 quid pro quos? 8. Could you imagine you're dealing with a country and you say 8 times that you got to do something. The first time, they say, the second time, they say, that's strange. Third time, they say, what's wrong? You said 8 times? 8 times. They'd have you arrested, they'd have you put into an insane asylum. But he actually said, I think he said 8, not 7, 8. And then he finished with, don't call me, I'll call you. Can you imagine? The President of the United States, don't call me, I'll call you. You know what that is? That's a mafia statement, okay? That's the head of the mafia saying, don't call me, I'll call. This guy actually said he knew. I have absolute proof that the president, this is at the beginning, and every week they say, where's the proof? It's coming, it's coming. Then we get the Mueller report, nothing. And I'll tell you what, I know some of the people in this audience. If I spent, not 45 million, not 18 Trump haters, okay? Angry, I call them the angry Democrats. It was 13, then it went to 18, and then Mueller. Did Mueller do a good job? Did he do a good job? How was his performance in front of Congress? Not the best. But think of this, 45 million they spent. And you know, I heard somebody say, well, we got back some of that money. Let me tell you, you cost this country billions and billions and billions of dollars in all of the things that didn't get done, in all of the embarrassment to our country. You cost billions and billions of dollars, and it was a hoax. But this guy Schiff, I have absolute proof. I have this, I have that, I have that, this, that. Anytime he sees a camera, and he's stone-faced, right? Stone-faced. He's a pathological liar. He gets up, and I've never seen anything like it. Even I was saying, I wonder what he has. What does he have? He says, I have absolute. I said, I haven't spoken to Russia in years. What the hell do I have to do with Russia? But this guy gets up. Oh, I think we have a vote coming in. So we got every single Republican voted for us. Great guys and women, too. We have some great women. We have great guys. They're great people. They love this country. They're going to do the right thing. They're going to do the right thing. So I said in my letter to Pelosi, I love that. You know, usually there's 1, 2. The Republicans, look, I've said it for a long time. The Democrats are lousy politicians. They really are. They've got horrible policies, open borders, crime is fine. Drugs pouring through. I mean, think of what they do. Sanctuary cities, they love sanctuary cities, you know. They're lousy politicians, but they have one thing, 2 things. They're vicious. They're the most vicious people. The Republicans aren't as vicious. They may learn to be vicious after going through this stuff. But the other thing, the Democrats always stick together. Now think of it. 3 Democrats went over to our side, no Republicans. It's unheard of. And by the way, this is for 100 years. I'm not just talking about this little point in time. The Republicans are known as it's always harder to stick together. These people are great. We have a great Republican Party, and we have to get that change. We have to take back the House. You'll have the greatest health care ever if we take, and by the way, we had another victory. The individual mandate, just a little while ago, came over the wires. It was just upheld. The individual mandate is now gone, the most unpopular part of Obamacare. It was just upheld. So I said in my letter to Pelosi, person. It's cheapened it. It's exactly what our founding fathers didn't want, and they said it could happen, and it's happened. But I know one thing, Americans will show up by the tens of millions next year to vote Pelosi the hell out of office. But it's so disappointing. I see a woman, Carolyn Maloney. She's a long time, nothing much, believe me. She's a congresswoman from Manhattan, East Side. I was with her, her first race, I helped her. She was always so nice. Oh, thank you, thank you. I made lots of contributions over the years. You know, in New York, if you're not, it's like purely Democrat, especially Manhattan. So what happens, I make lots of contributions, years and years and years. I go run. The first person I see, Carolyn Maloney. I raise my hand to impeach. Well, give me back the damn money that I've been paying her for so many years. Let her pay me back all the money. Let her pay me back all the money. Then you have this Dingell. You know Dingell from Michigan? You know Dingell? You ever hear of her, Michigan? Debbie Dingell, that's a real beauty. So she calls me up like 8 months ago. Her husband was there a long time. But she called me so nice. Oh, I won't go into the conversation because it's not fair to do that. But all I want to say is, let's put it this way. It was the most profuse thank you that you could ever get. On a scale of 0 to 10, it was a 10. Okay, so that was, what, February or something. Now they talk about this phony impeachment. And she's out there, well, we have to look seriously at our president because he may have violated the Constitution of the United States. And I can't be happy with that because I love our country. I love this and I love that. She loves everything. And I said, she's a no. Okay? No, but I look at her and she's so sincere. And what happens? I vote to impeach Trump. And you know what? I didn't say, who the hell knew this was even going to come up? I went through the whole Mueller hoax. They did this big report. I was totally exonerated. They didn't even bring it up at the impeachment because I was totally exonerated. If they saw one little kernel, one little quarter of a sentence, look what they did with one word. Remember this. What did I do? What did I do? It's us. But they don't say it that way. They say I. They read it totally different. You know, Schiff and his band of thieves. They read it. Now I say basically, very simple, do us a favor. Our country, do us. But they don't say that. They say, do me a favor. How many times have you heard it? Where they say in a speech, and then the president said, do me a favor. Well, that's not what I said. I said, do us a favor, our country. And then I said, the Attorney General of the United States. I didn't say my campaign manager, okay? I said the attorney. And these people want to impeach the President of the United States for that? Oh, and then what happened, right? Then what happened? So then the president of Ukraine, who's a quality person, said there was no pressure exerted whatsoever. That was a killer for the Democrats, right? Then his foreign minister said the same thing. He said there was no pressure exerted whatsoever. There was no pressure. That's a killer. So now, did you see what the Democrats did a couple of days ago? They tried to say that he's not a strong person, that he was weak. They used the word weak, that he was weak. And under the power of Trump, he said, do you know how insulting that is? Anybody that becomes president of a country, and that's a big country and it's a tough country, you got to be tough. He's tough. But so what they're saying now is he was weak, because the wording just doesn't fit, okay? These are really dishonest justices, federal court justices. 171 federal justices, including courts of appeal. 171 will be up probably by the end of the year to 182, and for that, I thank President Obama. He gave me 142 openings. You know? He gave me 142. I said to him, my people, I got there, because they say the most important thing you could do as a president is judges and Supreme Court. We have two great Supreme Court judges, right? Two justices of the Supreme Court, Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, two great men. They're great. And how about the pain that they put Justice Kavanaugh through, right? Over a phony deal, I hate to tell you. Over a phony deal. What a disgrace. What they put that man through and that family through. Just remember it come November. You got to remember. It's a long time. You know, in the life of Trump, 10 months is an eternity. It's a long time. Somebody said, congratulations, sir, you're going to win. I said, don't say that. Just don't talk about it. Let's always pretend you're 1 point down, like last time. Going to be close. No, it's going to be close. But what they put that man through was horrible. What they put his family through was horrible. And you know, those stories largely have been recanted, and frankly, the ones that didn't recant, I don't know what a Supreme Court judge does, but he should sue them. He should sue them. On judges. As a man. Say it's the most important thing. See, I don't agree it's the most. I say defense is the most, the military is the most. But once you're beyond the military, I mean, to me, defense is the most important, because without good defense, maybe we don't need judges so much, right? It's like somebody said, well, we violated the budget. I said, do me a favor. Don't worry about the budget. If we're attacked and aren't doing very well, and somebody says, well, at least we have a good budget, that doesn't work too well, right? That doesn't work. So we have great military, we have great judges, we have great everything. Drug prices down. For the first time in 51 years, drug prices came down. And that was with no help from the Democrats. If they helped, because you need their votes, if they helped, I could get those drug prices down 40 and 50%, okay? And we just approved, and we're approving very soon for the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, where he can buy, he has the right to go, we're giving him the right to go and buy from a foreign country, where the prices for the identical drug are 50% less. And he's going to do that for the people of Florida. And we're going to do that for your governors if they want to do that. We'll get that down so far. Everyone in America can see straight through the Washington Democrats' phony, dangerous charade. We have the greatest country. We've turned around a ship. We need 4 more years. If we don't have it, now if you want to drive them crazy, we had one group in Pennsylvania. Some guy started screaming, 16 more years, 16. They went crazy. And you know what they don't understand? When I do get out, they're all going to go out of business. They're making more money than they've ever made. That crazy New York Times, one of the worst newspapers in the world, one of the most dishonest newspapers in the history of the world, totally phony. They came out with a story that where it was a great headline for me, and the people that read it, the super radical left, they called and complained so much that they changed the headline and took it from positive to negative on a good story. Can you believe it? No, they're among the most dishonest people. But I'll never forget, before I took that great escalator ride down with our First Lady. Our First Lady's doing a great job. Great job. I said, First Lady, you're so lucky I took you on this journey. This wonderful, beautiful journey. And it is. You know why it's a wonderful, beautiful journey? Because look at what we're accomplishing is unbelievable. It's unprecedented. It is unprecedented what we're accomplishing. We're so lucky. I say it to all my people. I've people homes, even though your homes are nicer. We won't talk about jobs. You see the jobs reports. You see what's happening. Do you see where wages are going up? You know, when I first started, when I was here, one of my first speeches, I was talking that people made more money. That was 4 years ago, so it was 20 years before that. That's 24, 25 years ago. They made more money 24 years ago than they were making when I got elected president. And they worked one job versus 2 or 3 jobs. Now it's going up beautifully, and we want that. The salaries, and you know, the #1 group of people that are going up is the blue-collar worker. It's percentage the best, the blue-collar worker. They had 2 and 3 jobs. The blue-collar worker is going up the most. Anyway, so, and you know what else, the thing I'm happiest about? African-American unemployment, the lowest in the history of our country. African-American. Remember I used to say, you remember, look at you. Are you the greatest guy? Everyone thinks, do I pay? I'm telling you, I have a group of African-American guys and gals, by the way, that follow me around, and they think I pay them, and I don't. I love them. They love me. They come. How many rallies have you come to? And the same with Asians, the best unemployment. And women, I'm sorry, 71 years, best in 71 years. I've let the women down. But I think within another couple of months, you'll be historical. So only 71 years, the best in 71 years. But what we're doing has been an incredible thing. It's an incredible thing. And when I'm on the debate stage with one of these characters, and they try and say negative stuff, and I'll just say, well, here's the story. In the history of our country, this group's doing the best, and that group's doing the best, and the women are doing the best, and everybody's doing, and frankly, you know what it is? The whole country's doing the best, okay? The whole country's doing the best. So we have records on everything, and yet they're trying to, and they really are. They've never said anything like it. They're accusing me, really, of doing what Joe Biden admitted what he did. How about this? They protect him. Did you see the crummy debate? Those debates are so boring. They're dying in the ratings. They're dying. They're dying. While it's totally unsupported. What's unsupported? He's on tape saying that he's holding back $1 billion from Ukraine unless you change the prosecutor. While there's, how about that question? I won't say who answered because, you know, I actually used to. And they always say it's unsubstantiated. It is not supported by fact. One of them the other day, they finally changed the word. It is not supported by fact. No, it's supported by tape. No, it's unbelievable. In many ways, I'd like to have him win. Because number one, he's going to have to eventually answer that question. And she said he doesn't know where he is. That's the other problem. Now, I've been doing this for a long time. And I have much bigger crowds than anybody's ever had in history. By the way, do you know what? I say it against the fake news because you know what they're going to say? Every stadium is packed. I give my people one instruction. Get the largest stadium you can get. Now, that's why I was a little surprised, but in Battle Creek, you don't have that many, right? Not too many stadiums. But I wanted to be here. You know why I wanted to be here? First of all, the crowd is incredible, the crowd outside. But let me tell you, no, you know why I wanted to be here? Because we have a lot of choices. But I wanted to be here because this area supported me so overwhelmingly, and I said I want to be there. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. I wanted to be here for that reason, and I just want to say thank you, because I'll tell you what, you came in. I don't know, I didn't get 100%, but we got a damn good percentage, right? We got a damn good. But we're joined tonight by many terrific Republican leaders. Right now, your congressmen, all of your Congress people, men, wonderful people, they're at a place called Congress right now. They're doing an unbelievable job of supporting your president and supporting you. So they had a choice. Sir, should we leave and be there? I said, don't leave. Stay right where you are. That's why we got that vote. That's our vote, right, Lee? The chairman of the Women's Workers and Workers for Trump, and a proud union auto worker, Terry Bowman, who's been so terrific. Thank you, Terry. Come on up. And while Democrats are obsessed with impeachment, we're focused on jobs, jobs, jobs. This group, local leaders, and all you Washington folks, they're right where they have to be in Washington tonight. Thank you. Great job. Thank you very much. We've eliminated more job-killing regulations than any administration in the history of our country, whether it's 4 years or 8 years, or in one case, much more than 8 years. In a period of 2.5 years, we have eliminated more regulations than any other president by far. You're saving Deals. We're even bringing back the old light bulb. You heard about that, right? The old light bulb, which is better. I say, why do I always look so orange? You know why? Because of the new light. They're terrible. You look terrible. They cost you many, many times more, like 4 or 5 times more. And you know, they're considered hazardous waste. When a light bulb is out, you've got to bring it to a dump. So let's say over here in Battle Creek, where's your nearest dump? Okay, that's what, a couple of 100 miles away. So every time you lose, drive a couple of 100 miles. I said, how many people do that? Nobody. What do? They throw it in the garbage. But you know what it is? Because it's all gas. It's much more expensive, 4 or 5 times more. And I came into office, I did a lot of this. Sinks, showers, all of this stuff. I did a lot of it. No water comes out. You have areas where there's so much water you don't know what to do with it. You turn on the shower, you're not allowed to have any water anymore. I mean, we do a lot of it. Dishwashers, we did the dishwasher, right? You press it. Remember the dishwasher, you'd press it, boom, there'd be like an explosion. 5 minutes later, you open it up, the steam pours out, the dishes. Now you press it 12 times. Women tell me, again, you know, they give you 4 drops of water. And they're in places where there's so much water, they don't know what to do with it. So we just came out with a reg on dishwashers. We're going back to you. By the way, by the time they press it 10 times, you so we're special. She said, this will produce 250,000 new jobs. And I said, well, what happened? He said, well, she was right, except it was for South Korea, not for us. No, it's true. It produced 250,000 jobs for South Korea. These deals were so bad, but now they're getting really good, and some of them are getting like great, and over a period of time, they're going to be phenomenal. Wait till you see the numbers that start coming out of this country over a short period of time. But we have to go through a little pain because we have to do it, and then they all say, we're going to withdraw. And then I say, you can withdraw. I don't care. We're putting tariffs on your country. Then they say, we'd love to make a deal, sir. The new USMCA has powerful protections to keep auto manufacturing jobs right here in Michigan where they belong. Since the election, we've created 41,000 brand new motor vehicle and parts jobs, manufacturing jobs. Remember the statement by President Obama? You'd have to wave a magic wand. Remember the magic wand? Because manufacturing. And I said, you know, that sounds strange. What do you do if you don't have manufacturing? How do you make things, right? Manufacturing jobs won't happen. Well, we've got 600,000 manufacturing jobs, and you're going to see a big, big increase. I mean, the truth is, we need more people. You know what? We need more people. We need more people coming into the country, and they're going to come in, and they're going to come in through merit, and they're going to love our country, and they're going to respect our country. That was the only building I had a problem with in the whole car industry, right? Right? You know the one I'm talking about. I didn't like that. Anyway, but they're spending money, you know. What can I tell you? But these companies are coming in. A lot of the foreign companies are coming because they have to. I say you have to, or we're not trading with you anymore. Because we had such big deficits with these countries. With Japan, we had a $68 billion deficit. I said, Shinzo, he's great, Prime Minister of Japan. But he said, but nobody has ever asked us to do this. I said, I'm asking you. And they're building many, many plants. They're building many plants now in the United States, the Japanese. After years of rebuilding foreign nations, we are finally rebuilding our nation. Is that okay? We were surrounded with globalists. You know, they think it's okay. You open a plant in some country that you never heard of, they make your product, they send it. In the meantime, they close all their factories here. We're not doing that anymore. Those are globalists. They think it's wonderful to have deficits. I don't. They think it's great. It's a great thing to have deficits. No, those are globalists. The globalists are passé. On no issue have Democrat politicians more thoroughly betrayed the American people than immigration. Every Democrat running for president wants to open the floodgates to unlimited refugees from all around the world, overwhelming your communities, and what's happening. It's terrible. And we've moved out thousands and thousands of MS-13 thugs out of our country. And we have agreements now with Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador. You know, they didn't used to take them back. If we had a murderer and we said, get him the hell out, you know, we don't really want him in our prisons and take care of him for 50, 60 years. We want to bring him back. They wouldn't take him. The planes used to go around and around. Don't land. Don't land. With us, they land. We worked out deals with every one of them. We stopped giving them all the aid. You know, we're giving them all this money, and then they said, we're not going to let you land. We're not going to let you take them back. I said, that's okay. $500 million we were giving them. I said, now we give them $5. We give them nothing. All of a sudden, they said, we would love to have them back. We would love it. It's wonderful to have them back. In June, 2 illegal aliens in Sandusky, Michigan, were convicted of sadistically beating and stabbing a woman to death with a kitchen knife. Then they hid her body in a water drain. A criminal alien with 2 previous deportations was just arrested in Michigan and convicted of brutally beating and strangling to death a single mother of 5 young children. It's happening all the time. Far-left politicians support deadly sanctuary cities which deliberately release dangerous, violent criminal aliens out of the jails and directly onto your streets. You know, we had a great election in North Carolina recently. 2 grabbed a man in the head with a broken bottle. They let him go to roam free in Michigan communities. if you want to end sanctuary cities in Michigan, if you want to protect your families from criminal aliens, if you want to have a safe life, frankly, it's so crazy what they're doing. You wouldn't even believe it. You have only one choice in 2020. You must vote Republican. Thank you. Thank you. I'm surprised you, as you know, you do have sanctuary cities in Michigan. I was almost surprised to hear it, but you have them. It's one of those progressive things. I think they're doing a wonderful favor for the world. And now we're getting these prosecutors that, you know, you murder somebody, they give you 2 months. They fight that you don't even have to go to jail. What's going on is crazy. Thanks to our tireless efforts to secure the border, illegal crossings are down 75% since May. And we've ended catch and release. We've ended it. We could have ended it so easy. It's called a loophole. You catch them, and then you release them into our country. That's what you had to do by law. And if you don't do that, they arrest the Border Patrol people. You believe this? He would have done anything for me. I didn't think I asked him. Get Schumer on the phone. You do this, you do that. You get him on the phone at Cinema Beach. He would have done, I didn't need anything, but he would have done anything. Now it's like, the president has not acted. Give me a break. Give me a break. Find out how much money did I give a raise to Chuck Schumer. And Chuck, give all that money back, please. Carolyn Maloney, give that money back. Every penny should come back. They act so pompous. They act so righteous. They're not righteous. They're not righteous. They're bad people. The far-left Democrats have never been more extreme than they are now. Democrats are pushing a socialist takeover of health care that will take away your coverage and take away your doctor. 180 million people are going to lose. A lot of people here now have health care finally under us. That's phenomenal. And that's what you want. They want to take it away, 180. They want you to go to a hospital ward someplace and sit there all night. I don't think so. Not in this group. And you know what? Some people, it's good. Some people. But can you imagine? They want to take away 180 million people, great, private, highly negotiated health care where you have your own doctor. Remember Obama 28 times. 28 times. You can have your doctor. You can have your plan. Now multiply it. $1.8 billion in cash he gave. So why is he allowed to do that? Did anybody try and impeach him for that? Everybody knew it was wrong. Republicans will strongly protect patients with pre-existing conditions, and we will protect your pre-existing physicians. Virtually every top Democrat also now supports late-term abortion, ripping babies straight from the mother's womb, right up until the moment of birth, right? That is why I've asked Congress to prohibit extreme late-term abortion, because Republicans believe that every child is a sacred gift of God. Democrats are now the party of high taxes, high crime, open borders, late-term abortion, socialism, and blatant corruption, and that's what it is. The Republican Party is the party of the American worker, the American family, and the American dream, and that's really what it is, too. We're also the party of the great Abraham Lincoln. A lot of people forget that, but we have to bring it up. To protect the health and safety of our citizens, we awarded $100 million to improve water infrastructure in Flint. How badly was Flint? Who were the geniuses that did that deal? You have clean water coming into Flint. They had to pay tiny. You know why? Because they raised gasoline prices so they could send the money all over the world to countries that the people in France never heard of. It's not working out too well. We're lowering prices. We're lowering taxes. We're making it possible. I mean, look at gas prices now. Look at gas prices. I recognize Israel's true capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. And we also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. A big deal. For years, you watched as your politicians apologized. Remember? I would like to apologize. I would like to apologize. No. We don't apologize. Now you have a president who is standing up for America, and we are standing up for the great people of Michigan. You're getting your auto industry back. At stake in our present battle is the survival of the American nation. If you want your children to grow up a land of safety, we want a land of safety, justice. Although I don't know, when I look at those FBI reports, we gotta clean up a lot. What they've done to hurt people, what they've done to hurt with Comey and these horrible people, what they've done to hurt people. I think one of the best things I did, not that easy. The drug companies didn't want the liability. The country didn't want the liability. The insurance companies didn't want the liability. I said, here's what we do. We'll sign an agreement with the people where you're exculped from all liability. That's a good idea. And it's a very strong agreement, so we can't get sued. But I said, listen, they were worried they're going to hurt people. I said, these people are terminally ill. They're terminally ill. And so we do it now. 9 months ago, all the legislators, after 49 years, so if somebody's sick, they don't have to go to Asia, they don't have to go to Europe, or if you're poor, you go home and you die. Now, what happens? Very simple. You sign that document, they work it out. You wouldn't believe how many lives are being saved. It's incredible. It's incredible. I'm very proud of it. Right to try. I hope you don't need it. You don't want it. You don't want it, okay? But if you do, it's there. With your help, we will lift millions of more of our citizens from welfare to work, dependence to independence, and poverty to prosperity. Together, we will elect a Republican Congress to create a fair, safe, sane, and lawful system of immigration. We will enact the greatest trade deals ever made. They'll result in more products proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. Proudly. Above all, we will never stop fighting for the sacred values that bind us together as one America. We support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. We stand with the incredible heroes of law enforcement. They're incredible. And that includes ICE. Do you know how tough these people are? These are great patriots. They love our country. Even the sheriffs, the law enforcement, some of the people that they're dealing with, these guys walk into, they call them a nest. And in some cases, they just start swinging. I don't know. They can have it. They love it. These are great. If we didn't have them, and I told you before, they're taking out bad, bad, bad people by the thousands, especially MS-13 gang members. Who's going to do that? Who's going to do that? Anybody in the front row? I don't know. What about you? You're a tough guy. You might do it. You could do it. I don't know. You might. Yeah, you could. Would you like? We're going to recruit you. I think you could. You could handle yourself. No, these are tough people, right? You got to be tough. Then they get accused. They're too tough. Oh, they're too tough. You have some of these guys. They knife people. They don't even need a gun because it's more painful. Tremendous dollar fine for what they're doing. And Nancy Pelosi is playing games. She ought to go home and take care of the homeless and take care of the filth and everything. San Francisco was the most beautiful city. When you look at what's happened with the tents all over the place, where the police officers are getting sick just from walking the beat. They're getting sick. Diseases are coming back that this world hasn't seen for 30, 40, 50 years. It's a disgrace. She ought to get back and take care of her district instead of wasting time on this nonsense. We believe in the dignity of work and the sanctity of life. We believe that faith and family, not government bureaucracy, are the true American way. We believe that children should be taught to love our country, honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we live by the words of our national motto, and it's always going to be up there. You know, they want to take everything down. They don't want Thomas Jefferson anymore. They don't want anything. That's a terrible thing, and we fight for it now. We fight. These words will never be taken off. I don't care where I am. If I'm up there, if I'm down here, I don't know. But we'll be fighting. We'll never take these words. Bigger, better, and stronger than ever before, by far. Loyal citizens like you help build this country, and together we are taking back our country. We are returning power to you, the American people. The Democrats took the people of Michigan for granted, but with us, you will never be forgotten again. The forgotten men and women of this country will never, ever be forgotten again. And I'm fighting for you, and I love doing it with everything that I have. And I will never, ever stop, and you know that. I will say, I could have a much easier life. Some people say, why is he doing it? You know why I'm doing it? Because we're doing the thing. And look, what we're doing is we're bringing back our country again. We're respected again. We're respected again. We are so respected, you don't even know how respected. You know, I went to NATO where we were being ripped off because the other countries, you have 29 countries, and the other countries weren't paying their bills. They were delinquent, you know, in real estate. I noticed people are using that word. I've been using it for the last year. It's like a real estate term. That's when they don't pay their rent, right? Well, they weren't paying. And you have to see this chart until I got there. In Europe, they rip us off on trade, right? They rip us off like crazy. We lose hundreds of billions of dollars on trade. We're changing that. But it's a long time. You know, it's been going on a long time. They don't take your product. They don't take your cars. They don't take your farm product. They don't take your medical machines. We do a big business. They sell us. We don't sell them because they put restrictions. We have better equipment than them, but they make it so that our equipment doesn't qualify. You know, it's called artificial barriers or non-monetary barriers. It's brutal what they do. I'm telling you, they're as bad as China, just smaller. They are as bad as China, just smaller. And now China's doing great. We're very happy. But we have to do something with that. We have to take care of our people. We can't be ripped off by these countries. So NATO is ripping us off militarily, but now they're starting to pay big money, and that's good. We want to help them. We want to be there with them. But they have to pay. They have to pay. $530 billion, and the fake news doesn't want to even talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. They talk about other things. They don't want to talk about that. When you get a chance, though, you know, it's a couple of weeks, maybe you could say, over a short period of time, NATO countries will be paying $530 billion more. More. Not total, more. How's that? Good? That's not too bad. Nobody else could do that, I guarantee you. I won't tell you what took place in those closed-door meetings. Some of them don't like me. Keep on working. We're going to keep on fighting. We are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. Because we are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. America is thriving like never before. And ladies and gentlemen of Michigan, the best is yet to come. Great state. Great state. You better remember all those jobs in a year from now, I'll tell you. I'll say that state let me down. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm hearing very good things. You know, the interesting thing, before it was like a promise. I said, I'm going to bring car back, I'm going to bring this, I'm going to bring... It was all like, you know, it's good, you believe me, I was successful, all that stuff. But now, we've done it. We have done more than I promised. No politician... I promised, we've done more than we promised. No politician, I think, has ever done that. Together, we will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you.
I saw her today at the reception. A glass of wine in her hand. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. At her feet was a footloose man. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime,